Alright, hello. Welcome back. So this is probably gonna be the last runic stream, although like for now at least. Never say never, but yeah, we've been doing this. The idea was that it was gonna be kind of like just a little offshoot, and it ended up being took quite a while to actually do it in the way that I was thinking of, and but yeah, it's been really a nice journey here with a lot of interesting learning points. So let me go through a little bit what's been happening here in the meantime since last stream. So I basically asked AI here to implement the rest of the function stuff, because the import / function stuff, because I felt like, okay, well, now it has actually a pretty good idea of what I actually want it to do. And because before I was like, okay, give me a plan to implement this, and I did it kind of manually, but then because I was not trusting the plan, and with good reason, because when I read it, it wasn't actually the way I wanted it to be. But with a lot of changes to the plan and a lot of my first initial implementation there, which was just some easy stuff, to be honest, but with some changes to the plans, the AI actually finally, I think, got it to a point, the plan to a point where it could actually follow it through. I think I ended up writing actually out the plan in a file, so it could always follow that as a source of truth, because in the project there's like a bunch of conflicting information because of old plans still being somewhere in the project and stuff like that. So it ended up reading some of those and misunderstanding some stuff. But I made a new plan, I told it to read that, and it implemented a whole bunch of stuff. So if we look up, I can't really see it, but okay, I'm gonna ask it to summarize the plan right now. So you can see it says phase 8 complete. So it implemented the imports, which also touched like function calls as well, because they are basically the same thing. So it implemented this in 8 phases, which basically I think I did like a couple of things myself, but it basically made all of this. The AI did all of this here. So what we did was function bodies can now have pub keyword for declarations, because they are basically, a script file is basically a function. So when you call it, any pub marked declarations will become like exported and available for import from another file. And since it's a function, it essentially allows functions to also like export stuff. So I kind of thought that was a pretty neat idea, so I kept that as well. And we'll look at it to see how we can use it maybe after this. So type checker, and I think I want to go through the code a little bit to see what Claude here, which I chose for this one, actually did. So let us look at this here. So type checker, merge result type for function calls. So yeah, so really nice. It implemented the kind of dynamic struct type, kind of like how Zig does it, like when you import like a Zig module or a Zig file, it creates this struct type that is the type there. So essentially it's almost like importing a Zig file, although you can have execution stuff happening when you import stuff. I guess that is the difference as well. And then we have the IR compiler, pub export epilogue in compile function declaration. All right, so it does something with, you know, when we compile the actual function, it does something with the pub exports. We also have the compile import expression that is implemented now, and that is basically a lot in common with the function call, except I think because we want to cache the result, it's actually not just calling a function. We're also checking if we have a cached result of that execution somewhere. So I think we ended up having to have a separate instruction for actually importing a module instead of calling a function. Okay, yeah, so caching, yeah. So caching was also implemented. So basically you import a module, it's not going to run the module a second time. We cache the result, we have it only one place in memory, and so on and so forth. So the memory is shared as well. So actually, if you have a mutable variable on a module and some file changes it, and then all other files will also see that change. So I mean, yeah, it's intended. It's not, but I mean, you wouldn't probably use it that way, but that's what would happen. Member access on a merge struct. Yeah, so I guess this had to be different somehow. I'm not sure. But yeah, maybe a merge struct was a new type of thing that we needed to support. We'll see. We'll look at the code a little bit here in a second. Okay, then we have cycle detection. Yeah, so if one file imports file B, if A imports B and B imports A, that's a circular import thing, which will be weird. And right now, I mean, there are ways, I guess, to try to make it work. If, let's say, if the module only exports things, like if there's no like execution, or if we could somehow use the cached version before, like let's say A imports B. Okay, so then we execute B. But the problem is that B could import A, so do we execute A or do we not execute A? I guess we don't execute A. Like, the only reason why you would do something like that is because of you want, basically, usually, I mean, I could think of in TypeScript, for example, if you want to import a bunch of types from one file, but that file also requires types from the other file. So, but that's fine, because types can be lazily inferred and evaluated, so they could import each other, and then that would be, that would be resolved in the end. So there's no issue with that. However, the issue becomes if you want to execute code, because now you're stuck in a loop. A imports B, B imports A imports B, and so on. So that would be the issue. But anyway, I just went with the easy solution here to just report it as an error for now. But maybe in the future we will have like, okay, well, if you only have declarations, then any file can just import that. So that should be fine. But not now though. Function calls also return pub export. Right, so that was the final thing here, where normal function calls are kind of also like imports right now, because they are kind of the same thing, except function calls, you call a function. If it has a bunch of pub exports in there, you can actually access them. If you bind the call to a variable, you can actually access all the pub exports, and also like the return result of the function as well. So yeah, pretty good. Okay, and that's it. And I think that with that, unless there's some very, very important feature that I just missed, I think that's gonna be it for me working on Runic for a while. I'll probably, you know, if I use it, which after all this time would be maybe not a waste of time, but you know, the whole purpose of this was so I could have my own language to replace Bash, basically. Yeah, we'll see. I think actually let's do this. Let's do a test here, because I was replacing something here. That was, I think, in scripts, maybe no tests. That's right. So actually tests. Yeah, I was replacing this file on the right hand side with the one on the left hand side. And yeah, I was describing like, okay, we need these features to make it work, and I started to add those as well. So we do actually have subshells. We have or else. So actually we have those. So let's continue trying to replace these things here. 1 second here. I'm just gonna report thing. There we go. All right. So okay. So this line here on the left hand side. So the left hand side is Runic, the right hand side is Bash. Left hand side here, this is the signature of the file. So this is usually, you know, you have void as input. So this is the standard input type. So void means we don't accept any standard input. This is the standard output type, which is just a string. So that is kind of like, you know, just a standard, you know, a Bash script like executable. It just outputs, you know, standard out as a string, you know. And then we have also a parameter. So here's like, you can supply any number of, it's like a variadic function. You can supply any number of targets, and this is replacing then Bash. Bash is like, you know, $1, $2, $3. Instead of having $1, $2, $3, we have just you just get an array of targets, which automatically is, you know, has, you can check, you can have the length and iterate through them and all that. So that's pretty nice, I think. Okay, so what is Bash doing? So Bash is setting a script there, which I think is the directory of this script. Yeah, that's the only thing. Like, it's just trying to get the directory of this script. I think, and also, you know, if you do pwd, you get the absolute path as well. So this will end up being like the absolute path to the current script. So this script that we're in right now, this file here, I believe that's what we're doing. And so what we did is we are populating Runic source with the actual, I think so anyway, actually, or maybe we're not. Ooh. Okay, so we are not actually doing that. Well, you know what? In the meantime, while that's doing that, I'll ask. Actually, you know what? Let's just commit this for now, so we can work on. So we have this separated here. Sure. Why don't you just okay, well, yeah, there's like a bunch of trash temp files and stuff as well. Let's just Claude do its thing here, and then I'll ask it to yeah, that's fine. All right, then I'll ask it to, I don't need to push it right now, so can you add Runic source endvar as a populated endvar when running a Runic script file? this envar should be the absolute path to the currently executed script file in an imported file. Right, wait, so yeah, in an imported file it should also make sure to set it to the imported file. So basically the current file this could almost be like just a string replacement when yeah, I think it's probably better to make it like a I don't know. Hello Mutasimus, what's up? How you doing? I mean, it could just be like a string replacement, but the thing is, I do want to use the envar like syntax for it, so then we would no, yeah, it's probably better if we just have it as an envar. Make sure to set it to the imported file. I mean, really, it's kind of like a special. It could just be an identifier as well, actually. We could instead of using an envar, maybe we could just, I don't know, it fits as an envar and still it doesn't fit as well because it's just a bunch of more overhead if it's an envar. When it's actually more like kind of like, you know, in Zig you would have something like source. That would be the same thing. Something like, I don't know, source.path, I don't know, file path. I don't actually remember now what is like file. Yeah, macros. Like in Zig you have these built-in kind of functions or macros. I'm not sure what they're called actually. But we don't actually have that in here. But it would fit the Zig syntax. So maybe instead of having runic source envar, we would have the @source built-in. No, not with this though. @source built-in as a populate. Let's see. Currently, I will say compiled. Can you add the source built-in? This expression should evaluate to be the absolute path to the currently compiled script file. Hello, Aryan. What's up? Are you feeling better? Yeah, I'm feeling better. I'm still a bit sniffly. Thanks for asking. So I can actually think straight now. But we'll see how much time I have. I might have a meeting later. We'll see. But the plan for today is to go through what the AI has done. Basically the last runic stream, probably, for now. What I aim to do is just replace this file. If we encounter any more like large-ish things to implement, I probably won't be able to do it. So, but yeah, I'll just send this thing off here to do this. So instead of runic source, then this would be like at source. Wait. All right. Cool. So, okay, let's continue here. So basically, script here, as I said before, is the absolute path to the current script file. So that's why we need this here source thing. And in Bash, you can say bash source because they populate like the mvar bash underscore source here. I'm not sure why it's looking up like the 0th element of that, but I guess maybe sometimes there are multiple. I don't know. Okay, so script. So this one should be done when we have at source done there. Okay, so repo root. Runic repo root. Right. So this is just a. Actually, this is just mvar. So this is the syntax for mvars. So this would just be this mvar, or else we're gonna use that thing there. So actually, let's do this. That's probably a little bit cleaner here. Or else we're gonna have this subscript here, subshell. I mean, there was something with the subshells that didn't work. I wonder if it was like having multiple statements in there with semicolon. I don't remember. Oh yeah, there are some things in the bugs section that okay. I think what I'll do with those is that I will just fix those with AI off stream, and then just push those up at some point. Okay, so repo root is either this mvar or else it's gonna be this dir, but the parent dir. Okay, so that's the repo root. Okay, fine. Now, here is an interesting thing because Runic does not have, so command is a bash built-in, as I've learned, which is kind of examining if we were to run this thing here, where does it come from? You can inspect like what the command, how the command works, or not how it works, but where is it defined and stuff like that. But we don't have that really. So whenever we have something like that, we can just use bash like this, because Runic is kind of meant to be run. It's not as its own shell. So, you know, we can crutch on bash for things like this. So that's fine, because the only it just gives you, you know, a string output so that we can use as well. So we can just use bash here. Kind of embedding bash into the language almost, and doing the same thing here, except this needs to be quoted. There we go. And then we also have to into well, standarder into standard out. Okay, and also we have the not here. So if this fails, that's what that means. Then we go in here and we echo something out into standarder, and we exit 1 there. So that is the should be exactly the same. All right, now we're down here, and I was like looking for. I know I read somewhere that there's like a way to kind of like when you're looking at diff. Like if you diff this and diff this, then you have two diffs, and you can see that the cursor is following along to see. So you could use this to look at diffs of two files, which is really handy sometimes. Diff, and then you say diff off to turn it off. But what I was looking for is only having, you know, the cursor move the same, you know, amount, because the lines are actually exactly the same right now. So I noticed that there's something called a scroll bind. I don't actually know what that is. Scroll binding. When this option is set, scrolling the current window also scrolls to other scroll bind windows. Windows that also have this option set. This option is useful for viewing the differences between versions of file. Okay. So I tried to add it to both of them, but it didn't seem to work. Hello, Owlman. What's up? Welcome. How's it going? This option is mostly reset when splitting a window to edit another file. This means that split edit file results in two windows with scroll binding, but split file does not. Okay. But I did set scroll bind here, scroll bind, and then we set scroll bind here, but it doesn't seem to. Oh wait, it does work. Okay, let's do that and this, and now we set scroll bind. So now, well, if I do this, it actually follows. Okay. Is there cursor bind as well? Yeah, there is cursor bind. Okay, cool. But why is it like off? There's like one line off. Okay. So if we do this, then that's okay. So now it's the same. Wait. Why does it do that? Oh, because okay. Okay, now it's totally synced. Okay, cool. I like the idea. It's a Sig. Never tried it though. How's the language going? Yeah. Yeah. I've tried Zig for like 1.5 years now, something like that, and I really like it. Like I'm hooked on it. Like it's yeah, it's really good for me. I don't know if it's just because it's like a low level language and I'm not. I mean, I'm a web developer in my normal job for 10 years, but so I'm not actually doing a lot of low level stuff, but I have dabbled a little bit in assembly code. But when I was looking for and also I wanted to try like game development, and I was looking for like a low-level programming language to do that, and Zig caught my eye. So it's like between like Zig and Odin and maybe C++, but then I was like, no, I don't want to do C++ because I've done C++ before, and I've gone back to it before, and it just never it doesn't feel good to program in that. I mean, maybe it's because I'm not as I don't know too much for modern like C++ programming, but yeah, Zig it caught my eye because it had something different. It just has a different feel, and yeah, it's I really enjoy it. It just feels like you can do anything you want, and there's not much in your way to do it. Yeah, I can agree. I program in C++ a lot, but it doesn't feel good. Always trying other languages. Yeah, I encourage you to try Zig out. I mean, I guess it's more like C, because it doesn't have, it has structs. It doesn't have classes, but it does have, you can define a struct with functions on it. So technically, there are member functions, although under the hood it's just supplying the. I think it's kind of like taking the common practice of C, where you would have like a function that is kind of like a member function to a struct, but it receives the first argument is the struct instance, and the same is kind of in Zig. It's just that it's like syntactic sugar, where you say the struct instance dot and then the member function. So that is that I really enjoy that. You can even define member functions on unions and enums, and yeah, it's just super convenient sometimes. And also the comp time stuff, you can do some interesting things there as well. But I will say the comp time stuff is like you have to kind of get used to if you want to learn that. It took me a while to get used to it, to understand like what you can do and what you can't do and how you do certain things. But I've been tinkering with it for a long time now, so I'm fairly confident in it right now. But yeah, it took some time to get used to it. But I can say, I mean, it's probably, I would rather have that, and it's super cool and very nice, and I would rather have that than the macros, in C and C++. So I mean, yeah, because it's like you get help from the compiler. It's not just string substitution, And you can also, I mean, yeah, you can use it to generate code in loops, and yeah, it's pretty cool. And types as well. Like building types is probably the most common thing you do with comp time. But anyway, what I really like the favorite features of Zig is probably the tagged unions, the built-in tagged unions, being able to switch on them to get the tag out. Also, like implicit field access is also very nice. I can show you a little bit if you want. I'm just gonna go through this here a little bit. You said something about cursor bind, window bind. So what is window bind? Wait, there's nothing called window bind here. Also TIL, I forgot what that stood for. But anyway, yeah, scroll. I enable something called scroll bind which is like, it seems to be when you scroll the window like this, it follows you, but not this. This is cursor bind, and then this is scroll bind. Yeah. Alright, so what we're doing here is we're trying to make this bash script into Runic here, which is my language. So let's see, so here we have an array. Declare -a makes an array called Runic script. So here we're doing a little bit different. We're doing it as a string because we don't have dynamic arrays in Runic right now. That might be a future feature, but what we do have is that we can just create a string and then we can reassign it. I mean, I guess we could do that with arrays as well, but we don't have a lot of array like manipulation right now to like change arrays or concatenate arrays or stuff like that. So I'm just using a string here. Okay, so then we have so this one is like the number of arguments to this file that you ran it with bash, and here we have bound that to a thing called targets, which is like bound by the signature of the file. So we can just look at targets.length is more than 0, and then we loop through that. And here's where it gets a little bit different. So in bash it's looking at, okay, well, does this exist as a file? And we can just call test, because that's basically the same thing. It's just we're calling test as an executable, and we're supplying the same, arguments here. And we also keep this resolved variable, because I think we're like splitting the thing up a little bit. Yeah, okay. So we're doing that because in here they are simply appending this to the array, while in here we wanna, depending on if we have no items, we just wanna have the resolved. Otherwise we wanna have a new line in there. So it's basically just to so we don't have too many new lines in there. Okay, so anyway, so we're creating this resolve thing. Let's see, and it's just cd repo root and real path. That's an executable, I think. Yes. And did it? No, it didn't. It's just not synced over here. Okay, so repo-root relative to repo-root target 2 goes into dev null, or we print f target. Yeah, so that should actually work. This should be something that should work here. Okay. And also to be important here is that the OR here has more precedence than the AND, so that the AND is like, it's kind of grouping together, and the OR is like checking, okay, well, basically all the previous things here. If any of this fails, we go into here. So I think that is the same as bash. And that is how we also have it in Runic. Okay, so next here we're doing, we're checking if repo-root/target is a file, and we're doing the same thing here, and then we're just doing that at exit 1. So great. Okay, so that's that. Else so now bash does something like bashy here. It's using map file, storing it in this variable, and then it's doing this kind of thing here where it's sending this standard in to map file here, and this is the, I guess, one way of of making a kind of like a file, a temporary file to send in there. And the contents of the file is whatever output comes from in here. Now, we don't really have that in Runic, but what we simply can do is just reassign Runic scripts to be equal to whatever output we get here. Now, the one thing that we're not doing is the map file, which I'm actually not 100% sure what that is doing. But I'm kind of imagining what it's doing is basically just replacing like white space with something that is array compatible for yeah, so I don't know. Or whatever like delimiter you have at the moment, depending on the context. But this should just set it to the output of this subshell here. So that should be good. And we also sort it here. LCO equals C. I'm not sure if we need that or not. It seemed to work anyway, so I just removed that. But yeah, that's that should be exactly the same thing there. Oh shit, I haven't actually looked at the rest of this stuff here. What the hell is this? Normalized output? Runic normalize. What is happening here? Oh, this is one line here. So we're setting normalize PWD to that. We're setting marker and begin. What the? Oh, it's Perl. Okay. I mean, we should be able to use Perl as well. So, and what you're doing is you are reading env. Okay. And then the substitution thing. Q/Q. I'm not sure what that is. PWD marker if length. So if that is okay, if this is, I guess, positive, we do this. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's normalizing, so I guess that's what's happening. I'm not sure what it's normalizing to or from or what, but anyway. Oh yeah, so here we're checking if the length of the array here. If it's 0, then we say that there are no tests. So also exit 0 in bash explicitly. If we leave out the 0 in Runic, it will be implicitly 0 for success. Okay, so here's count. Okay. Right, so count is 0, and then we go through each script, and we have the absolute path. We're checking if it exists in repo root /. So that's if it's relative, I guess. Then we're setting it to that. If it's otherwise, we're calculating the relative path here. Now let's see, why are we calling bash here? Is the question. Okay, I don't know if this was me doing this or if this was the AI has done something here. I don't remember if I did this. So basically, okay, so what it's doing is, Oh yeah, because of this. Okay, yeah. So we don't have these kinds of expressions where I think this is called, I don't know what this is called, but this is like some kind of special expression thing. And in here you have, I think you have an identifier here, and then you have some kind of symbol that denotes what you need, what you want to do. And as you can see here, you don't have to have it, and this just evaluates into this variable. But here you can see you have percentage, and here you have whatever this is called, hashtag. I don't know what this is originally called, but anyway, you have this symbol, and then that, which I read did something. So we kind of hacked this together with Bash, just, you know, doing it like this. Now this does fail if abs path or reproot has quote, double quotes in them, but since they're paths, I don't think they should have that. So not normally anyway. So so we're kind of doing the same thing here. And then it's doing this weird thing. I don't know why this is here. This is AI, so it's not me. But I don't know why it would do this. Like, it's testing if it's equal, and if it's equal, then we set rel path to abs path. Like, I don't understand. Like, if they're equal, you don't need to set them because then they're the same, right? Unless there's some weird rule here where they are actually not equal, but this results in true anyway, and then we make sure that they are equal, exactly equal, I guess. Yeah, so I just didn't actually do this, because when we check for equality, it should be exactly the same, so they shouldn't actually do anything. So, okay, and then we have base path, which is not defined, so this should actually, we have to have const here. I'm pretty sure. We should have const for all of these. Expected status. Okay, here we go. Now we're in territory where we haven't actually done this. So same thing here. Absolute path. So base path. So absolute path, and then percentage.rn. It doesn't mean that it like removes until.rn. Like, I don't understand what this is actually doing. Does this actually show up anywhere here? Subscript. No, that's the that's arrays, yeah. Parameter substituted. Okay, here we go. Here's a whole bunch of things that I have no idea about, and I don't want to learn this because I don't want to have this occupying my brain at all times. So I would just want to avoid all of this, really. And I just want to add stuff that I would use, that I see right now that I want to, you know, have, if it's aligning with what we have and all that. So not okay, so you can have like a not there. Okay, length, yeah. Okay, so this one, remove matching. Okay, so this is remove. What is percentage? Remove suffix. Oh, remove prefix. Okay, remove suffix. Okay, so it's like looking from the end. But wouldn't that just remove the extension then? .rn. Oh, I see. Yes. So okay. So this is without extension, and then we have a bunch of these. Right, I see, I see. I mean, yeah, it would be nice to be able to do this, but probably not like this, maybe? I'm not sure. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say, well, this is gonna be bash C, and then the thing is we need to actually set this here. Apps path equals apps path, and then echo, I guess, this out. Whoops. And that needs to be escaped. So something like that should work, probably. I'm just gonna test this here. So runic. Dash C. So if we just do this, you know, you're gonna see whatever thing we're getting there. If we do like apps path equals this, I'm not sure if we're escaping in bash shell now or in whatever. This is apps path, and then we echo apps path. No, this. Wait, file not found. That doesn't do anything. What if we do that? No? Oh, wait. No, like this, right? Man, okay. Okay, well let's do this then instead. Let's do like test bash C. So let's just say apps path is this is apps path, and we'll do. Let's just do this to make sure this works at all. And then we run you. And there we go, that's the thing. Okay, and then we say apps path is equal to and then we paste apps path in there, so that should still be the same. Now we change this to be this. Okay, that still works. So now it's not runic that is doing that anymore. It's actually, you know, if we would say from bash in here, it should show that there. Yes. Okay, and then we'll do, you know, .rn and there we go. Okay, so we can do that. Now where were we? Here. Over here. So we can do this. Good. Yes, okay. And then we have expected status. is, so I'm gonna say this is true to have the correct type there. And then how do I even approach to read your code? Quite new here. Well, welcome. Valid question. Yeah, so you can see here, like on the left hand side we have Runic, on the right hand side we have Bash, and well, you know, the thing that I was doing here is because we don't have these features in Runic right now, so we don't have these substitute or removing expressions. So I'm using, but what we can do then is we can just crutch on Bash here, so we can use Bash to do this. But basically, Runic is kind of it's like Bash, where you can, for example, call an executable here, echo with arguments. So it's kind of the same as Bash with different syntax. So, and the syntax is made to look like Zig, which is just my personal, you know, my personal choice, because that's what I'm like into right now and used to. And you know, the whole point of this language is to make more sense to me. A Bash is, well, every time I need to like do something with Bash, I always have to look up how is the syntax, how does the syntax look like for this, how do you do this, how do you do that, how do you do that. Like, it doesn't follow, I guess, modern normal, you know, programming language syntax and consistency. It's very inconsistent with the syntax, and it feels like every feature has its own syntax in Bash. So the thing about Runic is to make more sense to me personally. Hopefully other people can also make it. Like, I know that Zig is not the best choice if you want to make it very open to everyone, since it has some weird syntax like this that doesn't really exist in other languages. But I don't think it's, I mean, yeah, it's my language, I can do whatever I want. So there you go. No, but yeah, it's, at least I think it's a little bit, for me it makes more sense. I know that people that are used to Bash probably, you know, they can do this, you know, they have all the things memorized and stuff. I don't actually want to memorize a bunch of Bash syntax, because it just takes up so much real estate, because everything is different. So that's the reason why I wanted to be more like Zig here. Kind of like, you know, like a more modern, like, you know, programming language syntax, basically. And I'm not sure if that answered your question. Like, you have to be kind of familiar with programming, or well, with, I guess with I mean, I don't know if you know about anything about Bash or Zig or anything else. Like, Zig is like, you know, as many programming languages, the syntax is based on C, but with, you know, a bunch of own things as well. Hello Polaris, thank you, have a nice day yourself. So I'm not sure if I answered your question. If you have any more, you can go ahead and ask them as well if you want. But yeah, so, but that's what was happening here. I was explaining this because it was what I was doing when you asked the question. So basically, yeah, as I said, like, we don't have everything that Bash has, and if Bash has something that we don't really have, but it's you know, we're trying to do the same thing, we can just use Bash and use the output ourselves. So we can just call Bash with this expression, like, kind of like embedding Bash into the language almost. You know, we're just calling Bash and with -c, which is executing this directly here. So there we go. Okay, so we need to translate. What we're doing is basically we're translating the right hand side, which is in bash, to runic on the left hand side. So over here we have a test for the file. So this is just calling test. So we can just say this, change the syntax around, and there we go. Now we have, well, now we have this if translated. Expected status. Okay, so that is a mutable, of course, and we're setting it here to be something over here, so we don't need these quotation marks. And this is TRD. I'm not sure why this was needed in a separate subshell. Also, this is reading from status fixture, and we actually don't have this syntax yet where you can pass to standard in. So what we need to do, I don't think so anyway, if we do have that. So what we need to do is we need to, I'm running Claude to fix to implement a thing there in the meantime. You want a more structured language, but underneath you're calling bash to do the job. Yes, exactly. Yeah, for some things, not everything. I mean, yeah, some of the features in bash, which are really nice features that we don't have yet, we can always call bash to do them for us. But for most of the time, we don't actually need bash. So yes, and no, I guess. Okay, so we don't need to run this in a subshell, so we can just remove that. Here we're just calling that. So, but what you can do instead of this is you can just call cat with this file, and then we pipe that into tr, and that should be the same thing. And this should be quotes there. Okay, so that's the same thing there. Okay, so standard out temp. Was this something that was declared before? No? So we need to declare these. Okay, so this is calling make temp. We can just do this. We don't need to have anything special happening there. Unless make temp changes the context, I don't think it does. Does it? No. Okay. Well, at least not the current directory. Okay, and then that's doing that. Set plus E. Now this is interesting here because we don't have this in Runic. It's something like I don't actually know exactly what this is doing. It's something to do with like error evaluation. Like it might be something like if something goes wrong, either keep going or it's, you know, abort the whole thing. I don't really know. Maybe we could check set plus E. Is that something that you know? Set. Okay, I'll just Google this. Set. Hang on. Okay, from help set. Oh, it's wait. Oh, it's a. Okay, so you can say help set or unset values of shell options positional parameters. So dash E means exit immediately if a command exits with a... Okay, yeah, so it's basically what I said, except plus E, I guess, disables that. Dash E means to enable it, I guess. Using plus rather than minus causes these flags to be turned off. Right. So if anything fails in here, we don't want to exit is the thing. And then after, we do want to exit if something fails. And we don't have that in Runic right now. So that might be a good addition later. But it does mean that there's a slight difference in behavior. But I mean, we are exiting at certain points, you know. So, whatever. Okay, so this is just test. Okay, so Dangdang, I'm guessing you're a bash guru or something. Okay, so Runic like bash would just treat everything like string. That's the only thing I understand about bash. Okay, well, that's not entirely true. So that is actually like the latest like feature also that we're working on that was implemented. Was that when you bind something, let me show something like this. Well, when you bind something like this, it does return. It does work as a string because it's a string. So, however, do we only have like this one? Execution results. Well, okay, let's do this as an example. So we bind original to this expression here. Now what this will do is it will, well, there's a couple of things going on here. So this is a subshell. So it's essentially creating a new shell context to run this in. So if you change like the current working directory or whatever in here, it won't actually do anything. Now I'm not sure why this is like, this doesn't seem to be like, the purpose of this is probably not to change the context from inside, it's just to be able to run a subshell context so that it just works. It seems to work. But here we're testing it out. So here we're testing like a subshell context CD. We're changing the context. But anyway, that's not what we're talking about. So but when we bind this here, it's just running a subshell concept, but we can ignore that. Basically, it's this command here. We can actually, this is going to be the same thing. This is the same thing really right now. So let's just look at this. So what it's doing is first we're calling pwd, and we're piping that into tr. So this is the same as bash, you know. It's exactly the same as bash, except that when we bind it, well, I think it's the same with bash as well, where this doesn't actually output anything to standard out since we are binding it to a variable. So what it's gonna do is it's simply storing the result in memory. But it's not only the string that we get from this that is stored. What we also can access is standard. So we can access standard out. We can access standard error. So if we were to, actually, you know what? Let's just do this. So we have like, let's say we have a equals echo hello. Okay. So if we run this, there's no output. But if we run echo A. Now A refers to the identifier A, not the string A, which it would be in Bash, but in Runic it's actually the identifier A. So this is transformed into the string hello. Okay? But the A is not actually a string, it's an execution result. So what you can do is you can say exit code, for example, and that will give you 0. 0 means success. So that's the exit code. So it's a little bit more than just a string. So that's kind of cool. You can get like, you know, a bunch of different things on this execution result. Also, if let's say you have echo, and then we also have, let's say we have like, well, you can also do this. Let's say this should be, I mean, let's just say error, some error here, and this would go into standard error. Now, if we run this, it should show like hello somewhere. We do get some extra new lines because of how echo works, because echo actually outputs a new line. So if we change this to printf, we should get like, let's do that. No. Why do we get an extra new line in there? That's weird. Also, we don't get the error. Okay, there seems to be actually some errors in here with, but there seems to be a bug here, some kind of race condition here. But the idea is that you would get hello, and then you would get this as a like a merge output. But that doesn't actually seem to work here. So, whoops. But okay. Actually, maybe it does work. It's just that no, maybe it probably no, it doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the thing that I wanted to check. So this is a bug here, but the thing that I wanted to check was that you can actually say standard out, and then you would only get standard out, except we don't. Okay, so there's a bug there, but that's the idea anyway. We have the standard error. Okay, so standard error seems to sort of work. I'm not sure why there's like a new line in here. So there are some couple of bugs here, but I'm not sure if that's has to do with this one. And now we don't get anything. Man. Okay, yeah, I think this might be because of this expression here. It doesn't actually... yeah, there seems to be some bugs for this specific thing. So I should add this to regression tests, actually. Add look at test.rn. Well, actually, okay, yeah. So this should output something. This should output different things. Let's do exit code as well, just to get something out. And then let's do B here. And let's use this one instead. Yeah, you can see that there's a lot of race condition-y things here, it seems. Okay, so look at test.rn. Okay, and then we'll do... Yeah, but you know, you can see kind of the point that I'm trying to show here is that it's not just strings. Also, it's statically typed, so everything is has a type as well. And so the idea is that you would have a type checker. Well, we do have a type checker, and also an LSP, but those are not like 100% implemented yet. But this would result in, first we should see hello and then error, some error. wait, no, this should be this. There we go. Let's remove this one. Okay, so this. So first we should say hello and then error some error, and then we should see standard out, which is just hello. New line, and then another new line because of the echo here. And then we see standard error, which should be error, some error, new line for the echo. And then the exit code should just be 0 for the, and then a new line. And then the next one should be, I mean, it should be exactly the same thing. So I'll just copy this. Yeah. Okay. No, this is standard out. It should be the merged output, actually. Don't we have like merged output for the tests? Oh, shoot. Okay. I mean, yeah. Okay, we'll remove this. Wait, why is it hello again? Oh yeah, because A is merged. Right. So that should be printed out. Actually, this is standard out, so it should show everything. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, we probably should have merged output as well. Okay, anyway, this should be the test here. Look at test rm and test.standardout. It is a regression test that I made up while testing some stuff. It shows how the output should, the merged output should look like in the for some expressions. However, the okay, you know what? I wanna copy this and say, okay, commit this first. Sure. Whatever. Okay. However, the output does not match the test fixture. Investigate and fix this, please. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, that is the idea here. Yes. But yeah, I mean, mostly with string. The idea also is that you would be able to create functions. You know, you would be able to create functions. I mean, you can create functions. This should, for example, just work here. So you can create functions. You can call the function, pipe it into, you know, an executable, whatever, or another function. The cool thing though is that, or what potentially might be cool, is that the return type does not have to be a string. Like you can return, and with the return type it's actually the, I mean, it's a standard out pipe type. So it's like this is piping into cat with string, right? So it's a string piped into cat. But let's say you have a function that takes a string and then it's like parse int or something, and then, I mean, let's say you have like radix or something like that. Maybe it should be a float, actually. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's too much. Whatever. Let's not worry about that. And then the output is an integer, and then here's some magic, you know, for that. This is probably gonna be some kind of native built-in thing instead, but the idea is that this would be a thing, a function that takes a string as input and outputs an integer. And so how you would use it is you would say, let's do it over here. So let's say we echo 1 2 3 4 whatever, and then parse int. Now the output of that is actually going to be an integer and not a string. And so potentially then you can have, you know, a function, I don't know, square, whatever, that takes an integer as an input and then outputs another integer, and this would just return, well, I'm not sure exactly how this is going to work yet, but this would do some kind of magic to make that happen. And then we have the squared number would be, well, technically you could do like one echo into parse int into square, something like this. Or I think what's also in the plan is to be able to just pipe x, which is just an int. So if you pipe x, if you pipe a scalar or like, you know, something like this, or a literal value, whatever, it's transformed into a stream which just has one item that is then sent into the pipe here into a function that accepts the same type and outputs something else. So this would also be an integer here, and then you can combine a bunch of functions like that and values and stuff. So I think that could be quite kind of cool to do it. Like it's like this functions are streaming. I mean, that is like how Bash also works. It's like it does work with streams, and everything is like streaming something into something else and stuff like that. So it does fit with the whole thing there. So this language is kind of like a merge between Zig and Bash, you could say. But yeah, this is not implemented yet, so but it's in the plans. Yeah. Anyway, let's see, where are we now? Wait, we have this tests, C-line smoke, yeah. All right. I have an issue. Why does functions have int specs? How do you mean? So, okay. So let me explain here. So we have a couple of different things here. So this is a function, right? The first type here is the standard in type. So this is what it accepts in standard in. So you let's say you would pipe something into this function. The type that you pipe in has to be match this type here. And since, I mean, this example here is a void, so that means it doesn't actually accept the standard in. So this would be like a type error here. It's not implemented as a type error yet, but it would be a type error whenever we have this feature implemented. But you're not supposed to pipe anything into here. It's the same as echo. Echo doesn't accept any input, so it just closes standard in. So that would essentially be, you know, it takes void as standard in type. So that is the standard in. This on the left hand side of the function name is standard in, and then this is the output. So you have input standard in and output standard out. So this is the standard out type. So the type here is a string because echo produces, you know, a string that goes out. So that's why we have strings. So it's also like everything in here has to conform to the output types as well. So it's like if you had int here, this would be a type error because this doesn't output an integer. However, if you had 1, 2, 3, 4 and then parse int, it would conform because the idea is that this would turn the string into an int. So this would take a string, parse int, and that this would, I don't know exactly how this would look, but it would be some kind of magic thing happening in here that turns a string into an int. And now this is correct here. Does that answer your question? Or I'm not sure if I understood your question properly, but I tried to answer it as best as I can. I'm just gonna grab a cup of coffee, and I'll be right back. All right. Okay. Okay, excuse me. Good. Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what you meant, but yeah, okay, good. So hopefully that cleared things up a little bit. But that's not implemented fully yet. So that was the idea, anyways. Because the reason is just how Bash works. You know, the Bash functions, they are all streaming things. Like it's kind of like they have two outputs, you know, or even potentially multiple outputs, because it's like, you know, you're outputting to standard out, right? And also standard error. So essentially you have three things, like so all functions could potentially stream to standard out, standard error, and also the whole thing returns an exit code. So that is like three different results you get from one function. And also potentially you can have other, you know, things happening, like, you know, writing to files or other file descriptors that are in memory or something like that. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of things happening with the functions in Bash, and I tried to kind of encapsulate sort of the essence here, but it's only for like pipelines. So it's like, this is what's gonna happen. This is what's gonna get outputted into a pipeline. This is what's inputted from a pipeline. So that is kind of the idea there. And also, you know, this is kind of special syntax for because script files are also just functions, really. So this is the signature of this file, which you can define then the standard in type and the standard out type, and also arguments here. So in Runic we would have, instead of having $1, $2, $3, whatever, we can define the arguments like this. And if you don't supply the arguments correctly, it would be an error. But yeah, there's no like, you know, we don't, it's just checking like the types, and also here is like a variadic argument list, because it's a list of strings. So you would get, you know, you can supply any number of arguments here. And since they're strings, it's basically you can supply anything, really. And I believe if we put int here, I think that we also try to parse it as an int. I don't remember now exactly. Actually, I want to try that. So if we would say number, and then we echo number, we say number, and then we would say like Runic 5. 5 is a number. If we say hello, hello is a number. Okay, so it doesn't actually parse anything. So this is kind of weird, but that's the idea anyway. It's not fully implemented everything yet, so, but it is functional at some capacity. Bash loves side effects, yeah. Do the arguments to the file need to be strings? No, but as you saw, it's not fully implemented here. So we're saying that it's a number, but there's no check for that. So there would have been, I mean, yeah, this is like this is one of the things that needs to be implemented basically. But you can annotate it as a number, and then I think the LSP starts working here. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, the type checker is not fully implemented. The LSP is not fully implemented. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get there, but yeah. Let's see. What was it that was doing before actually? The source built-in. Okay, so actually let's check if the source built-in actually works now. So we'll do like add source. There we go. There's that works. Okay, so now it's like, instead of saying bash, you know, in bash you would have bash source. Instead of saying bash source mvar, we say add source, because this is like how Zig does like built-in sort of macros or functions or whatever they are called. I don't even know what they're called, but the Zig syntax is to have an @ symbol and then the name. So this matches Zig. Zig also has a source, except it's kind of different because it returns like a struct that you can access a few different things. You can get like the line of code, the column, I think, as well, and the file name. So, or yeah, the function name. You can get the function name, but this just evaluates to the absolute path of the current script. So that is great. Is that actually implemented as a regression? Did it not add a regression test for that? Okay. Man, Claude is sloppy today. Anyway, that means that this should work now at source. Actually, does this work as well? Echo at source. Okay, that does work. Okay, cool. How can I contribute? You can just go to the repo. It's a public repo. It's open source. No one has contributed yet, so you might be the first one in that case. And I will try to maintain it as the best as I can. I probably won't like be super active, like developing on it, but I will try to, you know, maintain it a little bit. Yo, cold guy, what's up? What's up? Oh shoot! I'm sorry to hear that. Man, you got laid off. Looking for other jobs. Oh. Did you... Was it like the internship or... that sucks. How's it going for you? Well, it's going good. I'm trying to I'm trying to get to other projects. So what we're doing now is we're trying to convert this bash file into a runic file. So we'll see how it goes. Actually, I'm actually interested in seeing what this will turn into. Let's do test 2. Let's say cd. Wait, what the hell? Oh, yeah. So we're seeding. Well, so this doesn't actually do anything right now. So and then we're finding this, and we're sorting that. So actually, let's just do this. There we go. File not found. What? File not found. That's strange. I wonder where that comes from. There should be another test to fix, I guess. It's almost completed. Not really completed. I would say the MVP version with a bunch of bugs is completed, I guess. Yo, Borrow Checker, what's up? Long time no see. You're lurking. That's great. No, as full-time worked there for a year. Oh. Wow. So how does it work? Do you get laid off? How much time do you have? Like, do you get like instantly kicked out, or how does it work? Is the backend bash or is it interpreted in Zig? It's compiled into an IR language that is then interpreted in Zig. Alright, so this didn't work. I wonder if we can do this. Is sort a built-in or something? Paths must precede expression 2. What? The 2 is not... that is not supposed to be a thing that it takes in. Okay, well, let's just remove this. Okay, that is very strange. Maybe it's, you know, the AI is doing stuff and it currently it doesn't really work. Okay, well, anyway. What I wanted to check was the output of this. So this is a new line list, I guess, separated lists of things, okay? I'll keep this over here to... Yeah, file not found on 2. Why is the first one not returning an error? Yeah. Wait, so this... this is test 2. Actually, let's do print tokens. Okay. Print AST. It's like it's an arg. It parses. So something is wrong with the parser. It's parsing it as an integer. Okay. Oh, welcome everybody. Is the other candidate... What? I told you already it's a bit different here. No notice period. They don't have cash to pay me. Oh man. Why are you using Claude Code? Because I can. No. Do you have to be a bash guru to be able to contribute to this project? No. I'm not a bash. I'm far from a bash guru, and so. I mean, if you contribute, we will kind of if I will, you know, I won't just blindly merge something. I will, like, you know, we will try to work together to find a good solution. Like, but why am I using Claude Code? So I mean, why not? It's a tool to be used just like anything else, and you know, sometimes I'm lazy. I do want to, you know, you have to be careful though, because you don't want it to do a bunch of stuff that that is not supposed to be. Well, it has to conform to your own, like, idea of what you want to do and your plan and everything. And I usually go through everything that Claude is doing afterwards to make sure that I'm updated as well with the code base so that I know how it works. Why did you choose Zig and not C? Because Zig is better? No, no, but I mean, yeah. So, okay, so I don't really know C too well. Like, I've programmed for a long time, but and I have experience in many different languages, but I have not made any, like, project in C ever. But I wanted to find, like, a low-level programming language that I could enjoy, and, you know, I was looking for something more modern, and Zig fits the bill, and it also has this uniqueness to it as well, that is like a breath of fresh air when it comes to programming languages, because, you know, I love to explore. I love to, you know, find new things to explore, especially with programming concepts and stuff like that. So Zig has some very interesting ideas and things going for it. So yeah, it just fits very well for what I wanted to learn. And then I've basically just stuck to it. So I've been doing Zig for like 1.5 years now, and it's It's really interesting, and I still haven't gotten bored, I guess, of it. I mean, it's very. It just feels like there's not much stopping you from doing the thing that you want to do, basically. And you know, I can make an educated guess that C would not be a great time compared to Zig for me, just because of everything I know about C, and you know, I would rather have comp time than macros. All the other features that Zig gives you compared to C. The tooling, you know, I don't want to be stuck with like an archaic programming language with old tools and all that stuff. I don't want to bash on C though, but you know, I know that there's a lot of people that like C, of course, and it's a good programming language. Of course, it's a great programming language, but it's just not for me, I don't think. Are you into systems programming? I'm into basically all kinds of programming, but yeah, I'm having a hard trouble to think about what systems programming mean. I mean, it's just programming. Okay, I'm gonna Google this just to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Systems programming. Create software provides services, computer hardware acts as the foundation for operating systems, drivers, infrastructure, rather than end user applications. Okay. I mean, I would say what I do like to is making tools is one of my favorite things. Maybe not like drivers and operating systems, but making tools and of course infrastructure. I mean, you have to always do infrastructure in some way. I mean, I guess maybe it means something specific in this sense, but you know, but you're always doing like architectural things when you're programming, since you're building basically you're building up a system. So you have to do that, but yeah, maybe not, you know, operating system stuff like that, but that's too nerdy for me. No, but yeah, making tools is rewarding for me. With this is like a tool, and our programming language is a tool. It's basically using low-level programming language to develop system applications like system tools, etc. Yeah, I think the confusing thing is the word system, because that is so generic that everything is a system. Everything can be a system. I don't know. You can have systems in the system. You can have you know, whatever. But yeah, I think I understand what it means. It's like more towards even more towards the back end part of running the like operating system and drivers and all that stuff. So that's not really what I'm into. I'm not into hacking or anything like that, or but making programming languages is really fun. All right. Let's just continue here. So okay, so find outputs a list of new line separated stuff. So that's good, because that's what we're doing up here. I just want to make sure that it has the same output here. Okay, so that means we have the runic script. Now the thing here though is that we don't really have a list of runic scripts anymore. We have a string of runic scripts. And so what we need to do then is, instead of well, we could either implement more, like we could implement dynamic arrays, maybe, instead of doing this. That would solve the whole issue here. We could also try to parse the string afterwards to make it into an array somehow. We could get, like, we could keep track of how many items are in the list and loop through the range of items instead and try to parse each item out. But I think the correct way would be to just implement the array dynamic arrays, so be able to treat this as an array instead. So I will add this to do here. Change to array and implement dynamic arrays. Appending items needs to be implemented for that. Yeah, we'll probably not get to this here, but we'll try to do the rest of this stuff here. I'll just translate the rest. There's not much left here, and we'll see what happens. Where are we here actually? Okay, we are at we're down here somewhere, yeah. Standard in fixture. Alright, so we're over here. So we're basically interested in developing tools using Zig and other languages. I mean, I'm basically interested in almost all kinds of or many types of programming languages. Like, I work as a web developer. I've been working as a web developer for 10 years. Before that, I've been interested in programming for 30 years. Like, I was self-taught in C++ when I first started out. And I was like 10 years old. And you know, you can expect as much as you can of a 10-year-old at that point. So it didn't go very well back then. But at least I found out that programming was my calling, basically. It felt so good to make something work at all. So so I started out with C++, and then I basically I learned a bunch of different programming languages, and yeah, I mean, Zig is just that Zig feels good to program in. Of course, there's a lot of, you know, issues you have to deal with the memory issues and things that are like hard to debug and stuff like that. But you know, I feel like Zig is like it's my favorite language right now. And yes, I went to university for 3 years for bachelor computer science. And I've been working for 10 years after that as a web developer. And I've also, you know, programming is my hobby as well. So I've been programming in my spare time off and on for a long time. Okay, let's see what's happening here. This is a subshell, so let's just do this. This is the subshell in Runic, and wait, this ends over there. So this is rip or root. We don't need to do that. We can do this, and then we have and zig build run. So this would be like this, and then we have row path. Oh yeah, so here again we don't have this here. So what we would do is we would cat the fixture into zig. And just to make sure this is the correct evaluation, we would do this. Why is it rel path over here? Wait, where is... Yeah, okay, there we go. Right. How old am I? What do you think? Then output into this file and standard error into that file. Okay. Cool. Else, again, we have this sub shell. We cd into ripper root. We will. Okay, so this doesn't have standard in, I guess. Oh, I see. If there's a standard in fixture, also we can do this. If there is a standard in fixture, we use it. Otherwise, we don't. Right. 25. I just said that I had so you would guess 25. I guess based on like how I speak or something, but yeah, that's way off. I mean, I just said that I have like 30 years of programming experience, basically. I mean, not professional, but I have 10 years of professional, and then so that, I mean, 10 years professional, that means I would start to work professionally as a programmer at 15. Wait. Yeah, real path. There we go. And then you go into there and you go into there. Okay. And then status. Right. So we can do. So what we can do here is we can say status equals this instead, which will basically, like, if is an expression and the result is, you know, if this is true, it goes into here and this is the result. If it's false, it goes into here and this will be the result. So yeah, so also these doesn't need to be blocks. You could like skip the blocks as well, because it's only one statement in each thing, which will simplify things a little bit. I think that I want to make this into a syntactic sugar maybe, so that if you have a block and you don't have anything in the block that will like have to make it a block, then it shouldn't be a block. It should just be the expression, because that simplifies a lot of things. Like if you have variables in here, of course, then we need a block because that scopes it out. But if you only have one statement, it shouldn't really be a block. If you have one statement in there that is not a declaration, if you have one like expression in here, it should just be not a block. So we can actually, I think we can optimize that prematurely. So like 45. Well, yeah, that's very more closer to reality. But you can subtract a number of years to that as well. See GitHub accept the PR. I mean, I will I will look at it and we'll see if I accept it or not. You sounded so demanding there. As I said before, like I will look at the stuff, and if you know, if there's something we will work together if I see something that is not okay. I'm gonna guess that you used like some AI to do this, because this looks very AI, the bullet list point and stuff here. But thank you very much for the contribution. I will take a look at it. Also, keep in mind, right now the documentation is not, you know, the documentation, you know, if you're looking at some kind of plan or whatever, file or something, it doesn't necessarily align with the current plan, because I've not updated all of the documentation for a while, and a lot of the ideas that I had in the beginning of the project is no longer the thing that I want to have. So it's like, just be careful when you want to implement something. It's I need to align that. I realize now when, but thank you very much for the contribution. I will take a look at it, and yeah, because I am currently like doing stuff right now with the thing, so I will take a look at it, and yeah, thank you very much. Okay, but let me just finish this here. Let's see, so we have the status here, so that should be the result of either this or this. When are you releasing the language? I mean, it's not really, it's not going to be released. It just exists in its current state, and it will exist, you know. You can go ahead and you know, if you have Zig, you can just go ahead and download it. Like, you can clone the repo and just build it yourself and start to use it if you want. Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. So it's not gonna there's not gonna be like some kind of major event of releasing the thing or anything like that. It's just gonna exist in the repo, and I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time on managing stuff like that. It's just gonna be a project that exists that you can run. I may, you know, okay. If you're asking if there's gonna be like executables available or be able to like install it or something like that, it's probably not. We'll see. I mean, I could just ask AI to set something up there. We'll see. Anyway, this status should now have the result from over here. Okay, so here we're checking status. Is status not equal to expected status? And here's the thing here, because we're talking about the exit code. So I'm gonna say exit code. Expected status is, of course, wait, status fixture. Oh, I see. Hang on. Status. Oh. Right. We could probably... Okay. So we actually need to convert this into a boolean. I'm not sure if we can do this, but let's assume we can. And then this needs to be converted into a boolean. So actually, I'm gonna say if this is equal to 0. Yeah, that should be converting that to a boolean there. Wait, sorry for that. My apologies. No, don't be. No, sorry. There's no issue. I'll take a look at your PR. Thank you very much for contributing, and I'll take a look at it. I just wanted to say that the plan. I just wanted to just be careful to not just go ham on every point in some document that might be like outdated. So I will make sure to update the documentation to match the current plan, and I'll I wonder how that should materialize so you can see that. But basically I'll just try and update it as soon as I can. And yeah, if you know, you can, if you want, you can join the Discord. I believe there should be a link. Maybe let's see. 1 second here. Yeah, there's not a Discord in the description here, but you can go to my channel, find the Discord link, or actually I'll just post it. We have it here somewhere. Where is it? This should be working here. So you can join the Discord if you want, and I will, when Runic, I will tell in the channel when the plan has been aligned. So okay, I use open code, but I'm working on multiline org. Okay, open code, I don't know what that is. Whoops. Okay, but I will post in there in like in the Runic channel when I've aligned the plans and all that. So, but yeah, thank you very much. I will look at it, and I will see if it what we can do with your PR there. So thank you again. Like I'd never thought that anyone would actually contribute. So thank you very much. Let's see. Okay, so exit code is not equal to expected status. So expected status should be an exit code type. So that should be, we should be able to do this. And then we expected status, rel path code status, expected status. Yeah, so status, we need to do exit code. And actually, you know what? We could even do this probably. In this case, we could just say that this is .exit code. Although it looks very strange. I don't know. Whatever. It's just a script. It's just a dumb script. Okay, there we go. And then we send that to, what is this? Temp? Make temp. Okay. Standard temp. So it's just a way to have a bunch of errors going into some file, I guess. I mean, we could just as well have this in memory as a string. But but yeah, no, let's just do it like this. Because like we don't really have like an efficient way of appending a string. yet. Like when you reassign a string, it's basically allocating a whole new string for everything that you want to have. But Iadux, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Sorry. What could you explain what the open code is, if you want? I would be interested in knowing that. Is it some kind of AI thing, or let's see. Oops. So this is just test, and this is diff. Okay. Standard out mismatch for this. Yeah, okay, cool. Test. Open code is like Cloud Code but open source. Oh. Are you running it locally, or are you pay for your own API usage? Okay. So okay, so does it support like okay, so that's cool. So does it support like, you know, all the all the models and stuff? So you would use like any model provider, or oh, I might check that out actually, because right now I installed Cloud Code, but I basically only use the TUI and not the app, the desktop app. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have elif, we have else if. Whoops. What is -s? And has a size greater than 0. Okay, cool. Okay, and here we have remove standard out 10 count plus equals 1. We don't need these parentheses. Okay, I think we translated the whole thing. Now, of course, there's probably a lot of things not working in here. I especially thinking of this, like parenthesizing and then doing a member access on this expression. I'm not sure if that actually works, but we'll see if that is implemented or not. Boolean comparison, I think, is implemented. What is actually missing then? Yeah, the array here. This is one of the things here, is that the string. Actually, you know what? We could do standard out here. Oh, 1 second. All right. Let's see. Okay, yeah, this is some kind of weird parsing error here. I'm not sure. I think it's because we don't allow. Well, actually, we could just make this into a block. So there we go. No, is there some other syntax issue from before, maybe? I don't know, but basically, we basically translated the file. I'm not sure why this is an issue here. So this is just a block. You know, the LSP and the type checker is not actually super implemented right now, so you know, pay no mind to this error here. But yeah, yeah, we don't even get the error when we go back in. So cool. So I think the only thing left is, like, feature-wise to make this work is the dynamic arrays, which would be nice to have. Hello, Rahul C. What's up? What's up? How you doing? I'm doing great. We're making Runic here, and it's going good. You can hook it up to, you can hook up OpenCode to Open Router, for example, and you can use any model there as long as you get the API key and the URL. Okay, cool. OpenCode is an open source AI agent terminal like local. Okay, nice. I use Olama can 3.5 with OpenCode. Nice. Yo, Vincent, what's up? Okay, yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out. I'm using like Codex and Claude Code. Also, I heard recently from one of my viewers here that man, what was it called? Like there was some Chinese version that was free. Was it Quen AI? I don't know really how it's supposed to be pronounced, but like QWEN.ai was apparent. Like, you can run it in the cloud for free apparently. I haven't tested it out, so I don't know how like good it is, but yeah, that is really cool. If you want to save some money, so I'm not sure why it's free, but there you go. Also, I'm surprised that Claude actually has not run out of tokens yet. It usually doesn't go this far. Maybe I was lucky today. Okay. So right now it's working on this bug here. This might be a hairy bug actually, because it has done a bunch of stuff, and apparently this type of test was not actually a thing that we had before. So yeah, so if we go to test rn, and if I run this, yeah, see, this is not correct. Yeah, this is way off here. It's like a jumbled mess of everything. They need all your data. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Like, if you start to use it, it's just gonna, you know, read everything and send it off somewhere. But I think, I mean, what is stopping Claude and Codex, OpenAI to do that as well? Like, how do we, like... It's sending off a bunch of tokens to the cloud, and then they have that data. So it's like we're trusting those. I guess because they cost money. I don't know. But yeah. I was just surprised that it was free because because of how much money it costs elsewhere. I mean, it doesn't cost that much money, to be honest. Like, I'm using Codex. I pay like, I don't know how, around maybe $20 or something monthly for just a subscription, and that is including ChatGPT and Codex, like a lot of tokens. You get so many tokens. Like you get way more than Claude. Like if it almost feels like you get like 10 times or something more tokens than Claude or something like that. It just feels like it lasts so much longer than Claude. I don't know, or I've been using it wrong. I don't know, but it felt like Claude, I could run out of tokens in one day. Codex, I can like run non-stop for several days before it actually runs out. Like there's a weekly limit, and I can run Codex like non-stop for I don't know, 3 days or something. Then I run out or something like that. Like Claude, it felt like it just ran out immediately. But I have been actually surprised at Claude. Actually, it's been doing well. I was trying to compare Claude and Codex because there were so many people that said that Claude was way better. Claude was the best model right now, blah 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 blah. But and then I tried it because I've tried Codex a bunch, and I feel happy about Codex. And then I tried Claude, and it was like I was very underwhelmed because I was expecting it to be super good, but it feels like it's the same thing or even worse than Codex, to be honest. But I haven't tested it that much, so I can't really say for certain. But yeah, I feel like you have to kind of guide Claude more to do what you want. It's like Claude, it takes your prompt and it doesn't take in a lot of more context before it starts to think what it needs to be doing is correct. While Codex, I feel like Codex takes in more context to be able to do the correct thing. I don't know. Maybe I have done it the wrong way or something. But have you tried Cursor? I mean, I don't really want to use a different IDE just so I can use AI. It's like instead what I'm doing is I'm just using the 2E, and I'm just giving context based on. Because sometimes it's just like, I feel like Cursor is, I don't know. I don't use like the autocomplete for AI. I feel like that's unnecessary. I don't like what I want to use AI for is more of these kind of tasks where you send it off to do something, and you do something else in the meantime, and you get back in. It has been doing that. Not talking about text editing. Okay, well, so, but isn't Cursor like an IDE? Like, isn't Cursor like just a fork of VS Code with like an AI built in, like an AI tool, like a built in where you can select the model and you can like an integration with AI, basically, like VS Code fork with AI integration. It was? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've seen it, and I don't really see a reason to use it. Next version had no editor. Okay. So is it like what is it then? Is it only like chatting with the AI or something? It's like just an AI app. Cursor, the AI coding platform. Okay, so now it looks like you get like a preview. No, it's like an IDE still, except you can preview web pages as well. It's the tool calling and context management. Okay. Yeah, I get the context stuff. Like it could be nice, especially if you're working with like a page or something. But you know, you can also like learn how to speak to AI to make it understand what you're talking about. Like you don't need to have to see the page and select the thing. Sometimes you do need to have like a screenshot if you wanted to actually, like, especially if you're doing UI. Hello, Shaz. What's up? But I am interested in open code. That sounds good. Sounds cool. Open code. It would be cool to have a local model running, so you can send any number of and not have to worry about tokens. But it's just a little bit too expensive to be running a local LLM. Just to have that, like, yeah. They're calling this kind of software harnesses, as far as I'm saying. Okay. Yeah, like you have, you know, you open a project directory. You have a chat with the AI. You can have multiple sessions, maybe, you know, multiple chats, and a preview of the file. And in Cursor, you also have like context, so you can select a part of the file and talk to AI about that part and ask it with that in context. Is that a overview description of that? Because that's what you see when you go to Cursor right now. It doesn't look like an editor anymore, yeah. So it's more like an AI editor. AI-based editor, where you don't actually have a lot of utility actually editing stuff. Hello, Metallics. I can follow tutorials and get what they're doing, but I can't make things that I'm interested in. Are you talking about AI or programming? Cursor isn't available here. I tried to make an account, but it has region restrictions. What? That's weird. Well, I haven't tried it myself, so I don't actually know, but there should be like a free version. What do you actually get with like paying for Cursor? Extended limits on agent. Usage pools. So they're kind of... okay, so Cursor, actually you can pay money to get like... I guess you get credits on different... that you can use on any models. So you have to pay to get MCPs. That is bad. Man, Cursor, you get that for free on Codex. MCPs are free. What the hell? And skills are also free. That is shady. Oh, programming, okay. Oh yeah, because you were using AI, right? And wanted to learn about programming, right? LLM context can't outlive tool calling, so there are some hacks to maintain context. LLM actual context works only for the token generation part. Okay, well, when I said context in Cursor, I meant like I'm selecting an element in the web page, and when I give you a prompt, when I give the AI a prompt, I'm talking about this specific element so that the AI knows which element we're talking about. I'm not talking about the context, the technical term where you have a context window for the LLM. I'm talking about just having, the English word, like context, having so the AI has context on what you are referring to by selecting something in the editor or in the on the preview page, so that you can select like, hey, make this button blue. You select a button and say make it blue or whatever. So you don't have to specify in text like what you actually mean. The harness glues all the LLM calls with summarized context or something. Yeah, we're moving fast in this day and age with the tools. It's gonna be interesting. I think it's gonna take a few more iterations before we land in something stable, because it feels like everything is morphing and slowly finding its way to be something more stable. It's very, very interesting right now. We'll see. I'm just surprised that Cursor, if you go to Cursor pricing, you have to pay for MCPs. That I feel like that, like the MCP feature, I feel like that's weird. Because you can install codecs and use MCPs. I mean, yeah, codecs does cost money, of course, as well. Because I think, well, wait, is there a free version of codecs actually? But that just feels weird that it would. I mean, it's just an API integration. Okay, it's included in ChatGPT Plus Pro. Okay. So, but is there like a free version though? Maybe not. What do you get with Cursor for free? No credit card required, limited agent requests. So you actually do get, like you can actually get free agent requests with Cursor. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, prompt engineering still evolved. Yeah, like all the different terms that comes up, all the tools are changing, new tools implemented. Everyone is probably trying to make their own development. Like I've also developed like some kind of app that I can use locally, basically, to use AI to implement without being at the terminal. Like I can open the app on my phone and just press some buttons to continue to talk with AI to continue implementing something. So oh man, this is taking a bunch of time. But yeah, it's really interesting, and I think no one really knows where we'll land with this thing. But or like, I guess it's more like finding the best way to work with AI. There's so much to explore there. It's actually really interesting. What are you working on actually? Oh, you're still working on this. Yeah, see? Hey, this looks a lot better. Although the merged output is wrong. Yeah, this should be the other way around. This should be before, but it's almost correct now. It's almost correct. It's like these two should be switched. Okay. Yeah, Claude has some personality, as someone said, like compared to Codex. I mean, I feel like this is part of the whole like AI hype. It's just I don't know. I'm kind of allergic to things like this. It's just like this is some kind of, you know, it's just there to make you feel like something magic is happening that is not actually magic, but it's just, you know, it's just a program doing something. But I mean, AI is kind of feels like black magic sometimes, but really it's just a program. These kind of things are gonna. I think this is just gonna disappear once it's more the normal thing happening. Like, yeah, there's nothing magical, but it's just AI. I try to use AI less as I can because I feel like it makes me worse as a programmer. For pretty much the same reason I quit using LSP. Oh, you don't use LSP? Oh shit. Man, I can't live without LSP. I feel like I don't know. I've heard the argument that LSP is like, some people like it, some people don't. I feel like for me personally, like LSP it's just a way to speed up the process. Like I don't want to have to go and look up in a manual all the time. Like sometimes you need to anyway. But you know, if you have good documentation in the code, the libraries, the APIs, and a good LSP, then you very seldom have to actually go and look things up in the manual at all. You can save that time by having everything available in the editor that you're using. So I for me personally, I feel like that is a good thing. And you know, having the auto completion, instead of having that take up a bunch of space in your brain, you let the program give you whatever is available, especially when you want to use a new thing, or you go back, like a new library, or you go back to an old library that you've used before but you forgot exactly how it works, and then you can just press dot and you see all the available options, and it just either comes flooding back to you, or you know, you can find your way through there instead of having to read some documentation that might be outdated, or it might be, you know, missing some stuff, or whatever, or just an ugly web page. I don't know. Did you see it running cat pipe head? That's not the fact that you can. Yeah, I've seen it run like head, and yeah, exactly. I think that is just because to limit the number of characters, just as a safeguard, if something just spits out a whole bunch of stuff. That's really good. I don't think Codex does that, actually. Codex does not do that, I don't believe. Although you don't see also, like, I think right now they are hiding a lot of things. Like before they showed like everything that's happening, but now they're kind of condensing stuff so you don't see every small detail. Godoc replaced LSP for me. Okay, well that's good. I mean, but I mean that's only for Go though. If I use a C library, very often it has all information you need in header files. Yeah, so that's that. But that's also like, you know, if you had a LSP, you would just have to type the name of the function and it will show you. I mean, I guess you probably know. You know, if I go to build here, you know, I can see the type here. I can see, you know, here's some documentation, so I don't have to go to the header. I've saved myself some time. You know, I can even, you know, just go to the definition. That is also a huge thing that I really like about LSPs, that I can go to the place where this is defined. So I don't know. I just feel it's a nice tool. I don't really you know, I don't really see how it makes you a worse programmer, but you know, I mean, I think that going from using an LSP to not using an LSP felt like a huge backwards thing, because at some point the Zig LSP stopped working for a long time. So I you know, and it, you know, you can, of course it still works, you can still like do things, of course, but I just feel like having an LSP that works well, like why not, you know? It just increases productivity. I don't know. It's a personal thing, you know. You do what you like to do, and I do what I like to do. That's what I'm talking about. You're talking comparing models. You're talking about tool calling systems implementations. Well, I mean, I was comparing Claude and Codex earlier. I was comparing also the reasoning that I saw, like the it do. Like I saw, for example, I saw that like Claude did some weird reasoning that I've never seen like Codex do. Was it just stated something? I mean, it's such a usual like AI issue. It's like it said like, well, here's a you said module, the type module, a type named module with a capital M, like a capitalized at the start of the name. So you have capital M and then not capital. What is it called? Lowercase. So uppercase M and then lowercase. So camel case, whatever. Or Pascal case. And it said like, yeah, do you mean module? And then it said like all lowercase. Just like the type named void. And it said void. The void had an uppercase V. So it's like, it stated a factual, it had a factual error in the sentence that it was saying. It was basically, it just, yeah, it was a mistake by Claude. I don't know. I just had the impression that, you know, Claude was not like the model that was used was not, and it's the default model. Like I'm using the default module in Claude and the default module in Open or Codex, and I just felt like the quality was better with Codex. You forgot to say no mistakes. Okay. I mean, okay. Let me just show you what it said. It said like this. Did you? So you stated module. Did you mean module as in other types like that has lowercase only, like void? So this was what it said. So I said module with capital M. He said, did you mean module with lowercase as in other types that has lowercase only, like void? Because they have uppercase, like all types in Runic have uppercase in the start. And it did say void here, but they was like wrong in this sentence here is weird. That's what I saw. Like that was one of the first impressions of Claude, or one of the Claude models. Yo Blue, what's up? That's the standard debugging approach. I hate when LSP throws at you syntactical errors and you think about it instead of thinking about logic. I prefer first to write code. Yeah, and that's why what I do is if I start to type something here, you don't see any errors. But I press a button and there are the errors. The errors are there, but I've hidden them in my config. They don't show up until I say that they show up. So, yeah. Because the default here is that it shows up as like a virtual text that shows up here. In other editors, you get the squiggly lines. I've just disabled that. There are errors, but I will have to press a button for them to show up. I can also get the list of errors if I want, you know. Are you making LSP? No, I'm showing. This is a zig here, so I'm showing that. You need a sub agent to check the response makes sense. Yeah. And then they have to, and then you say, okay, you get two agents. One that's one that's checking if it's correct, and then another one that also checks if correct. And then they jump between each other, so they correct each other until both of them are happy with the result. Okay, it's done after 40 minutes. Awesome. Root cause. In compile executable call, when an argument is of type execution result struct type, the whole struct was pushed onto the stack. At runtime, material string fell back to reading the first field instead of merge pipe. Ah, why did it do that? I thought that was fixed. Okay, well anyway. Course execution result struct type arguments to their merge field compile time execution compile execute call. Okay, before it actually boasts about fixing this issue, I want to just see if it actually did fix the issue. Okay. Okay, cool. So here's the merged output. We get hello, error, some other, and then this new line is from the echo there. And then standard out is just hello with a new line. So, and then echo adds another new line. So that's correct. Standard error has no new line, but echo adds a new line. Exit code 0. And then we have the exact same thing. So cool. Okay, good. Now that actually works. Did you add regression for that? Did you add a regression? Wait, okay, so you said that you did add a regression test for that. Logical short circuit regression. Now correctly, okay. Did you add a regression test for this specific thing? No. Okay. Well, slap on the wrist there, Claude. Bad for that. What? Bad for what? Oh, you're talking about the debugging. I mean, yeah. I guess, you know, I think that the word debugging can be used differently in different contexts. Yes, I mean, yes, the technical term for debugger is a program that you run another program in, and then you inspect the execution and the memory, and you can set breakpoints and stuff like that. You can watch things if it has that feature and all that. But you know, fixing, like, I don't know, it just feels like you should be able to say, like, I'm debugging this thing, and that just means, that could mean generally just fixing a bug, you know, inspecting code, you're like manually analyzing the thing and fixing the bug. I feel like that should be, you should be able to say I'm debugging, because the word itself kind of means fixing bugs, right? It's you're taking away bugs from something. But yeah, I understand what you mean, but I feel like it could mean, you know, as long as people understand what you're talking about, I don't feel it's wrong to say. Okay, good. Now, okay, so actually, you know what? Well, we have the check MVP as well. This still works. Good. I don't. Okay, let's do this. Let's look at the bugs here. Okay. This is not really high prio because no one will actually do something like this. I want to go to, what is it, test 2. Does this work now? No. So it's kind of weird because it's like 2 is, like if we look at the AST, 2 is interpreted as an argument, which is super weird. So I want to say that, okay, look at test 2. It is supposed to call find, the executable find, with a number of arguments and capture, and a redirect of standard error to dev mode. However, the parser is parsing the 2 as an argument. Can you investigate and fix this issue? Also add a regression test for this specific thing if it doesn't exist yet. Flibberty gibbeting. I wonder if it's using AI tokens to generate those doing things. All right. How the parser handles redirection, right? Yeah. Also, we're not actually, we can't really, we're not printing out the redirection, so we can't actually see. I mean, this might be, I mean, okay. Actually, you know what? The thing is, we allow numbers as arguments. So technically, it is kind of like an argument. Yeah, it's just the syntax is weird from the start. I guess we could have it the same as bash, like if they're together, that means it's a capture or a redirect. If there's apart, separated, that means that it's not. So really, this would be a separate token in that case, because we don't really save the white space between. So we have to have a special token for this in that case. Oh, there you go. No, I don't want, no. Okay, let's just do this manually here. What the hell are you doing here? Parser call. Okay. Wait. Oh, here we go. Okay, I think what I want to do. Check if the last argument is an integer FD prefix. Okay, so it did this instead, which means we should allow. Well, this is weird because that means you can never have a number as the last argument. No. Yeah, that doesn't work. Let's just revert that. Whoops. Is that really how? Okay. And then we'll oops. We'll remove this. Wow, there was a lot of stuff in here that it added. Okay. So, I think how I want to solve it is that I will say that if they're together, it's kind of like a weird. I really hate when syntax works this way. It's like when it depends on the white space, you know. But whatever. Let's just do it like this. So, if a number file descriptor here and then this, that means that's a token now. So that means a capture, whatever, a redirect. So let's go to token or lexer, and we should have some place where we have a bunch of this. So we have like is digit, right? Now, you know, potentially you should be able to have like any number of digits in here, but right now we only support 1 and 2 because standard out, standard. So what we want to do is consume digits. Oh, this consumes all the digits. Okay. So I want to add a thing here. So we're gonna do like, wait, so advance. I wish we could get the number here as well. I guess we could get like a list. This is very C-like. If we supply a buffer, an optional buffer, if it's not null, we populate it. With I guess integers, and if we have a buffer, we will set. Okay, then we also need an integer here now. That is equal to next. Wait. Okay, if next and this is a, yeah, so it should be this, right? But if it's okay, well, we know it's a digit. Yeah, we know it's a digit, so this should succeed. Actually, I think there's like an ASCII number. No, whatever. Okay, so if there's a thing, which there should be, actually there should be a thing there. So actually I'm gonna unwrap this and not worry about this. Okay. Because we're peeking here and we're also unwrapping that, so this has to exist. So there we go. If we have a buffer, we populate it. I guess we can also check the length. This is gonna panic. If the length is less than I, whoops. Okay. So digits is, let's say, how many digits do we allow? I don't know. We're only interested in 1, or if it's 2, it's too many. So we should have 2 here, because you know we're only interested in checking. Okay, and I guess we'll do a byte. So no wait. This is how you do it. You say it's this type, and then you say undefined. Wait, but how do we get the length? Do we return a number? Okay. We could also return. We could just return the digits. Actually, this is a zig thing where you can return this as a slice. Actually, it would be optional because no, wait. We'll do it like this. If buffer, we return buffer 0 to I. Otherwise, we return an empty slice. Yeah, because that is, you can return that. There we go. So if we have a buffer, we slice up the buffer here from 0 to I, which should be the length. I think. Yeah. We go through this once. I is 0. If we break, I is still 0, so that's an empty, so that we didn't get anything. If we don't break, it's a digit, so we advance and then we continue, and I should be 1 next time. Yeah, so that should be that length. If we have buffer, yeah, we slice it, others empty string. So that's cool. So the return type doesn't have to be optional there. Great, but now you actually do have to supply this buffer here. I'm gonna say digits buffer, and then we get the digits out. So that's kind of, it's a convenient way to get the actual slice that you're interested in, but you also get the length, the number of items as well. Oh, next shadows. Oh. I mean, this is the same thing. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can actually just use char here, character or whatever. There we go. Character. Invalid left hand side to assignment. Okay, I guess it needs to be a block, maybe. Okay. Unused local concept, yeah. Cool. Because this isn't used anywhere. Yes, it is used somewhere else. Okay. Anyway. But these ones we can add no. Because we don't care about the digits there, but we do care about the digits here. So here we want to say if digits.length is 1 and digits 0 is there like a between? I mean, there's clamp is okay. If it's 1 or if it's 2, okay, then we want to check peak is that. Now we have a new token. We have a token that is I guess capture, like redirect with a number, I guess. It's gonna be weird though, because the lexeme is strange. No, but that's yes, that's fine. I think we can just return here. I think return. The thing is, if it's not 1 or 0, so let's say it's 3, it will actually be again parsed as an argument. So, but whatever. Let's just do it like this now. This is this is a capture or redirect. Wait, what is this? Greater. It's like an append redirect. No, wait, append? No, it's not. It's a greater. Okay, let's make a new one. It's a FD redirect. No. What the hell? FD source redirect, I'm gonna say. Okay. Naming is sometimes one of the hardest things in programming. Span, start is start, end is that. Sure, that's fine. Okay. So now we should have, oh, let's see. There we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now this will be interpreted as a token, and we'll have to go to that parser now, and we'll go to, well, okay, the redirects. Okay, so where are they actually? I guess now we have FD source, no. Source redirect, right? Wait. FD source redirect. Why is that not working? Oh, it's a different. Okay, it's the binary op. Oh. Okay. Is it? No, it's the same. Precedence. And no. There we go. All right. Back to the parser. Now this is a thing. And then I feel like stuff like that, like having, like after I added that, the LSP did tell me, you know, I'm okay. I also have the bad habit maybe of just every time I type something, like fully, I decide when I want to look at the error. So I do check the errors a lot, but I feel like the way I did it now probably saved me time, because it's like the job I'm doing right now is adding this, and so I want this to be fully like implemented before I continue, so that I also get more correct information. Like just because I also it's also like, did I add it at the correct place, whatever, and it led me to fully implement it at this point. And I think that would save time, because later I would kind of forget about what was this issue, and I would have to go back and forth to understand what went wrong and all that, and try to figure it out. Like I would rather fix it right now so that I could continue with this here. And it was quick as well, because I could just select this, go here, and instantly realize, okay, well, that was another thing, so I need to add it there. Like the other thing that you would do if you didn't have LSP, you would have to compile this, look at the error later, and then like try to figure out what you need to do from that, which of course sometimes is really easy, but sometimes it can be a little bit of a hunt to understand what you need to do. So I feel like at this instance, I feel like the LSP actually did help me quite a lot, you know, in comparison. And you know, times that by however many times you do that. So I mean, sometimes it can feel like the LSP is working against you, but I feel like a lot of times it does actually help me, at least for me personally. But yeah, I just wanted to say that. Anyway, it's just the thought that popped into my mind there. Okay. Anyway, so now what we need to do is we have a mode, and if we have source redirect, so this is truncate because that's what it is. I guess we also need one for double. So actually we need another token then for that. So let's peek, and if we peek again, we need to advance again. This is another type of token then. So this would be the so this would be like redirect. So this would be append, and this would be, no, this is append, and this is truncate. Yeah. Yeah, and it has no thing, so we need to add it. And of course, LSP fails me at this point because, well, okay, it didn't find this because I renamed it. So, well, what you can do is rename. Another feature that is nice to have, if it works, that is. It's not always the case. And I will do append there. Truncate I would like first, because that is the way it goes. Okay. And now we have both of those. Good. Okay, and then we go back to the parser. And we have, okay, it didn't actually update this here, so that's not great, but whatever. Truncate redirect, and we have append redirect as well. Now you can notice there that the Zig LSP is not perfect when it comes to. It used to work pretty well with these enums here, like switching on and getting this stuff here, but for some reason it just has so much trouble actually like auto completing the enums. Like I don't really like, especially like in switches specifically. I don't like, sometimes it seems to work fine, and then sometimes, but a lot of the times, most often it doesn't actually work. Oh, this was actually another. Okay, well there you go. Okay, so this is truncate and append. Might have been the reason why it didn't actually work. You can see it actually does work now, but most of the time it actually doesn't work. Like this was my fault that it didn't work here. But source truncate, and then we also have redirect. No, wait, append. There we go. All right. There we go. Now, right, so truncate, append, same thing there, and okay. Unsupported binary. Yeah, okay, because they are not actually, they are modifying. Right, yeah. Okay, the call. Okay, so yeah, I think that it's the parser that deals with this. It's also like, yeah, this is the mode, but then we also have like the stream. It says standard out always here, which is strange. When does it, like, I'm fairly certain that we actually did implement different types of redirection. Like you could redirect standard out or standard error. Maybe that was never implemented. Maybe it was only the target that was implemented. Because this looks at the target. Capture. Redirect. FD redirect. No, look at this. Strange. But this is always standard out. That is very strange. Whoops. No. Diff. It hanged. Why? Wait, is it? No. What the hell is happening here? I mean, I'm gonna guess it's this one. Yeah. Okay, I'm confused. But, okay. I mean, of course one would work since it's standard out, but then that should be actually interpreted as an argument in that case. That's what I was trying to look at, what the diff was because of that. So, okay. But the stream is, it depends on the input then. So if we have, okay, let's do like stream should be mode wait, no, that's not mode.stream. That should be like binary operator stream. Wait, that's just that's a binary operator. Yeah. Redirect stream maybe. The thing is though, we need the token actually for that. Like we have the binary operator, we need the token. Or the token, or we need to embed the information into the binary operator. Like this is no longer just an enum, it's a union enum, which is fine. This, we can just do this and we don't really need to do anything else. Except here we have, you know, standard out, standard whatever, redirect stream. You could do this. Oops. Oh yeah, now you can't do this anymore. Equals not allowed. Well, it will be the tag. Wait, it should be allowed. Oh, not for optional. What? I didn't know about this. Interesting. Man. I need to actually go soon here. Man, I thought we were done with this by now. Wait, what was it that I even wanted to do here? I totally forgot now. Oh yeah, the redirect. I wanted to fix this bug here. Okay, let's just try and fix it. Man, I'm just trying to figure out how to do this better. God damn it. Okay. Now I feel like I'm a little bit stopped by zig here. Because this worked before, like if we did not have it as a union enum, it works for some reason. This does not work anymore. Like this is a union enum now, so you can't, like an option. So there's a difference between optional enum that you can just equal to a tag and an optional union, a tagged union, an union enum. For some reason that is, you can't do this. What can we do to solve this though? I mean, we could unwrap it. We could check either OP is not equal to no, and that should work. Yeah. Or not. No, wait. Now we can unwrap it. Okay, it's the same thing we're doing down here. Yeah. Right. Now, we can actually implement this now. So we can implement the redirect stream function. Redirect stream. And this would be a redirect stream. And we'll return switch self. And we have both of these. And that. Otherwise, panic. There we go. Switch or else, yeah. Yeah, there we go. We solved it. I just felt like I hit a brick wall there for some reason, and I was trying to look for other ways to solve the issue, but we plowed through there. Right. So the stream is a stream ref. Oh, maybe we should just use this one instead. Stream ref. There we go. All right. Can you please? There we go. Okay. Okay. Actually, you know what? And then you have the other ones, which are whatever they're called. Grader, and then also append redirect. So grader would be standard out, right? Wait, why is that void? Oh, because, okay. And then we have the other one, which is, I think, append There we go. So the standard is standard out, otherwise we're using this one. I think the only thing missing now is creating these from the binary operator here. So, or creating the binary operator from the token. So let's go to where this magic is happening, over at parse maybe binary expression. So where is the thing? Where was it? Oh, okay, here we go. So these are valid redirect stuff. So let's do fd truncate, fd append. Okay, those are also valid. The thing is, now we're saying like this should be from token next. This should call from token on the inner type. Highly advanced generic programming here. You have a from token. Okay. So we should be having these things here. So we should have this one, and we get out. Actually, it's like this now, and that should be S. But this is right. So what we get is the tag. No, not the tag. We get a token, and then let's see. And we want to get the stream from Lexeme 0. Okay, kind of weird. Stream from token. I guess we can do stream from token. Okay. There we go. And let's just make this function here. Stream from token. We get a stream ref, and we return switch token tag. Else. Alright. So basically, actually they should be the exact same, so we can just do this. Now we return Lexeme 0 is equal to 1. So if this is true, we result in standard out. Else, if this is 2, this is standard error. Else, panic. Okay. There we go. Very rudimentary implementation here, but yeah. So now that whole thread line of stuff should be fully implemented, and this is, I mean, basically only a parser thing. So if we go to test2 now and we print print AST. No, not zig. Runic. What? Okay. I want to do also another thing is I want to say, actually it's like main users, I think. Call and background. We also have redirects. If the length is more than 0, we will write redirects. I mean, we don't really have a formatter for this. Stream mode. I guess we'll do like this. Stream. That would just be the tag, I think. Maybe no. Let's actually just do Annie. And redirect.stream. We have mode. That is just an enum, I think. So we'll do T for tag. And target, we can do, I don't want to show the value, or do we actually? Let's do Annie on that. No. Target. Print. Now they should have new lines. Yeah. And let's see. Oh, this is mode. Okay, so path has a value and a span. So this would basically just be this would actually just be render blah 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 expression path dot value level is +3. There we go. And then this will be fd which is the u8 there, so that's good. Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Go up. There is a redirect. Stream goes out to stand it out. That looks pretty shitty there. Standard in, standard out, standard. We just do this. X. No, wait. Do this. Whoops. We will say stream and then that. So we'll write this first, and then over here we'll just write the tag out. Okay, otherwise we have the descriptor. FD D. There we go. All right. It's a little bit better formatted there. Okay. Stream is standard out. Mode is truncate. So that's wrong then. So it didn't actually read the thing as it should have read the thing, which is concerning. So what does the tokens say? We get an int literal 2. Why is that the case? Because we're checking, this is like the initial thing here. We're getting the number. We're checking how many digits do we have. We should have 1 digit. And the digits should be 1 or 2. I'm pretty sure. Unless something is wrong over here. Oh, sorry, Borrow Checker. Okay, I checked the announcement now, and thank you for the raid 2 hours ago with five viewers. Thank you. All right. Why is this happening here? We can log out what we get here. Digits. Yeah, we get 1 digit. It's 170. Okay, that does not look correct. 170. If it's not a digit, we break. So it has to be a digit. Yeah. Wait, 170. Is that A? No, it's No, it's not. I don't think. No. But I recognize 170. It feels like one of those uninitialized values. So that could be the case. But that's kind of strange though, because I should only increase here if we get past here. You're just a byte. So buffer length should be 2. Buffer length. Wait, this is wrong. Okay. This should be the other way around here, I think. I should be less than blen. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now I get the digit 2. Now this is a FD source trunket redirect. AST. We get standard error stream redirect. Okay. Good. Let's get rid of that. Debug log. All right. Okay. So if we run this, we get the thing. Awesome. And if we sort, oops, it should work. No, then we get file not found. Wait, is sort a built-in? No, it's not. What the hell? Oh, there's a parsing error. Wait. So this... Okay. There's a precedence issue here. Yeah. The pipeline should have... Wait, this should have higher precedence. I think, yeah, because then this gets grouped first. Well, okay, technically what's happening here, how we're parsing this, is that since this is a call, here's an identifier, this is parsed as a apply operator. So actually this is a binary operation here, where this is the function applied with this argument. And then, you know, we have a flat list of binary applications here. So all this is applied to find, and then we have this binary operator, which makes it so that this would be a group of like a call, a function call, and then this would, well, actually first this would actually group this part, and then there. That's what we want. But I think what's happening is that this is grouped and this is grouped. Oh my Sorry about that. All right, so yeah, so I'm gonna look at the precedence, and it's probably just gonna be the other way around. Where is this happening? Here. So this has 15. It's kind of weird because greater is like representing two different things at the same time. Where's the pipe? 50. Oh, wait. I think we want to lower the pipe, maybe. Then let's just lower it to 12. And that works now. The question is, does the tests work? No. Block redirect regression got 1 expected 0. What? But there's not even a pipeline in here. Wait, this should be 1 or whatever grep is returning here, because wait, what is said? Expected 0. This should, I mean, grep. I mean, if you run grep and then you look at the error, it's actually 2. Why would it say 1? I think the block might make it into 1, maybe. I don't know. Or we run it and see what error we get. Oh, we get a parse error. Expected value, actual amp. What the hell? It feels like we're losing features. Oh man, I need to really hurry it up here. But okay. So what we can do is we can say runic. We can say runic log parser, and then we do runic print AST, or well, it doesn't matter. No, we're gonna execute it, whatever. Tests, features, block. Unexpected token. I thought that would be like part of. We're missing something with the parser. Because if we say this, that should work. Yeah. So there's something with the parser. What is this? Pipeline stage. Is that what we had? No, there's no pipeline stage here, but that is also a thing we should look at, actually. Parse command redirection. Is that happening somewhere else? No, this is the only place. Okay, I think to do look at implement for FD source. FD source redirects. Okay, let's look at other places. Yeah, this is the one there. And here is this thing. And so what are we doing here? We are parsing a block expression, statement, binding, no, expression, identifier, binary. And there's the string. The operator is, wait. It should be like, yeah, that should be. So apply, where they should be like left hand side apply, right hand side, and then we have another operator here, which is 2, which is this one, and then this is the value. And then this should be the operator. Why is this looking like this? This is the wrong lexeme here, it looks like. No, that looks correct. Welcome back, Penguin. Okay. Strange. So operator, it should read one of these, right? Yeah, because it goes in there. We add this component, and then the next time it tries to do this and 1, which doesn't work, I guess. So how did it do that before? Is the question, because we had like greater append redirect. They were operators before, so this should like this should have worked before as well. I mean, maybe AI made something that broke this, like there's a actual regression here. Okay. Wait, but there's... No, this is ampersand. Identifier, dollar, question, parentheses. Oh, it's an expression terminator. So if we're looking at a value, I was just looking at where we parsed this from before. It's like the coerce, redirection. This happens later. So the right hand side, this doesn't make any sense. Oh, okay, if it's a call and it's an identifier. Otherwise, it's the expression itself. Okay. Which is a number literal then. No, because it has to be like an ampersand. The right hand side has already been evaluated. Okay. Or parsed, I mean. I mean, we could allow ampersand to be like this, a value here. Or we could also check here, like if we have these and the next thing is an ampersand, like if we have these, we want to parse the next, we need a value, the next has to be a certain kind of value. Otherwise it's a parsing error, maybe. All right, yeah, sure. So we add that, and then we switch on the tag again, and we check, is it any of these? Then we want to do that, otherwise we don't want to do anything at all. So now we want to check, we want to get next value, next is gonna be next token, and if no, then we switch on that and we say, okay, well, if this is an ampersand, then we want to parse a number. Well, integer, yeah. Otherwise, I guess we parse some sort of expression. Actually, we just parse an actually, no, yeah. So we need a special case for ampersand. Otherwise, we're just gonna parse an expression. Okay. Because that could be a file name or something, identifier, a string, or whatever. And then we will append this into the thing. And this will be a value, or what was it called? A literal expression. Oh shoot. We want to do this thing. We actually want to do this thing here. You know what? Actually, you know what? If it's not an ampersand, we don't actually want to do anything. We just want to continue, actually. Yeah. We want, yeah. So we want to peek this. And if it's not an ampersand, we fall through. If it's an ampersand, we do this. Oh my god. Okay. Now. Why does it look weird? Why is this else so pale? This is the switch. This is this. This is the statement here, which should have a semicolon because this is a statement that a signed statement here. You are there. Oh, it's this one. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's not a good feeling when your when the nesting takes up more than half of the columns. But I can't bear to actually fix this here. Also missing a comma there. Okay. So if it's amp, we parse an integer literal and then we add this as a literal, I believe. Could be good. Probably. The thing is, in that case, we don't really need the ampersand. Like in Bash, if you don't have an ampersand, I think it's interpreted as the actual file name is a number. If you have the ampersand, it means a file descriptor at that, in that context. So yeah. But yeah, but in our case, we could allow without ampersand as well. Like ampersand actually, well, you can have, I guess this allows you to have ampersand or not ampersand if you want. Right now, as it is right now. Wait, no, and then we don't actually get it. We just append. We append. We consume. Is this a try? Yes, it is. Okay. We consume, we append to the components, and then we also they should be literal ones here. Oops. And then we also want the state to advance as well, and then we continue, I believe. Actually, you know what? We need to advance here. Actually, we need to advance prematurely. This next is only peaked, but here we actually do need to advance. We're gonna advance anyway that token, so that's fine. The only difference is that in this thing context where we actually do advance, we have to make sure to continue because otherwise it will fall through down at the bottom and advance again. So there we go. Okay. Okay. So we advance this tag. We peek the next one, and we need to advance here to be able to peek the next after as well. So we advance that one, we peek next one, we look at it, is it an ampersand, we consume it, we parse an integer, it has to be an integer. We append that as a literal. I'm gonna go up and look at what we're doing with the literals. Okay, that's from token, so no, nothing else was needed there. And then we advance the state again because we're reading a value in here as well. Okay. Yeah, this is not great, you know. I need to clean this up here, but yeah, it's, oops, there we go. Okay, there we go. I think that's all the parse errors. Expected, binary component literal found, integer literal. So, right, you're an int, which is an integer literal. Okay, so it's just int equals literal. Let's just call you int. Okay. So that should be parsed as a binary now. We need to go down to parse binary expression to make sure that this is correct as well. I think so. Well, maybe. Okay, is this parsing now? So this does parse, it looks like. Maybe? Yeah, operator parse integer literal. And then you're done. And then we have another operator down here. Okay. Why is... Oh, I see. We don't see the AST. There we go. Okay, so there we go. Here's the AST. Let's open the file so we can see what we're looking at. So we have a call. Redirect standard out, truncate to dev null. So that refers to this thing as the callee, and this is a redirect modifier of the call. And here's the callee, which is a block. This is all seems correct so far. Here we have another call, which is the callee is grep. We have a redirect to standard. We redirect standarder, and the target is a literal integer 1. That seems correct. And then callee is grep. We have an argument. Okay. And so when we run it, it seems to work, because it should not actually result in anything, because we're redirecting it. Actually, no, that's not. Yes, because redirecting standard to standard out, and then this should redirect standard out to nothing. So that actually is correct. Okay. So let's run the tests again. We should be able to rewrite this run like the test runner as in Runic. Oh, what's this? Standard mismatch for chain redirect regression. Okay, so this might be because wait, or maybe not. I was thinking of pipelines, but okay. Let's look at what we get. Print. Let's start with tokens to see if we get the correct stuff. Chained redirect regression. Okay, I have like 4 minutes before I need to move out of here. So yeah, let's see. We have this one that seems correct. Ampersand 2, yeah. This seems correct here. Okay, so AST. We have a call. Callee is echo. It should really say callee first, actually. But anyway, and then we have redirects. Stream is standard out, so that's correct. Truncate, yes. Target is 2. Correct. The next one is standard. Target is that. Yeah, okay, so that seems correct. So the parsing does seem to be correct. So then the execution is wrong. So what is going to happen here? We are redirecting standard out to standard and then we're redirecting standard to dev null. So shouldn't this not output anything? Chain redirect regression, like standard, this should be empty. Okay, I guess what's happening is that it actually does output something. No? Oh, maybe standard does not output anything then. Wait, no, this should okay, so it should actually output this in standard, which it's not doing. So yeah, chained redirect. I mean, it's parsed correctly. It's something is wrong with the evaluation, like the compilation evaluation or something. Okay, but anyway, that's gonna be it for this time. Man, I really thought that I would this would be gonna be the final stream for Runic, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and fix some of these bugs off stream, and hopefully next time we will actually do something else. I'm thinking of like a smaller project that's just gonna last like a couple of streams or something like that, for game development. So we'll see what pops up there. But yeah, thank you very much for watching and joining me here, and hope you have a nice day, and I'll see you later. Bye bye.